No?
Hello, everybody. Controller's not plugged in.
School District.
Here we go.
Melwater District. Eyeshine District. Black Hole Forge District. They're using the black hole as a forge? That's pretty cool.
I'm trying to think how that would
Final
work.
Fantasy.
Yep, we got one more
Final
DLC to go, and then we'll maybe look at some Path of Exile.
Hell yes.
First, let's look at new stuff real quick.
This is what.
Ask about the crystal shards. Dust crystals. So the Fallen did manage to make a mother crystal of their own, did they? That lot of good it did them. Brought the wrath of God down on their own stupid heads, then left it to their descendants to clean up the mess they left behind. You did a good job making the Seg Spire spick and spam, but if the Fallen Heart were anything like the others, I'll wager there's plenty of shards still out there sitting in stockpiles waiting to be sold to the highest bidder. Still, they're not likely to last long. Shoddy things that they are, and anyone who tries to flog them a common crystal is begging to get themselves nabbed for dealing in dodgy goods. No, those crystals are not but curios now. They are part of the world's history, not its future.
If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost.
That's about the Seg Spire. One can only assume that the Mother Crystal's ability to channel Aether was as valued by the fallen civilization as it has long been by ours. Much more, no doubt, due to the vast quantities of Aether that their ingenious inventions must have required. In short, the blessing of the crystals that to modern man has seemed a night limitless bounty must to them have appeared a resource most limited indeed. Little wonder that they should seek to divine their very source of the blessing, that they might claim it for their own. You witnessed the bitter fruit of their ambition within that tower. And not only that, their ambition to overthrow the gods too, the iconoclast Omega, the destroyer of the divines. Iconic that the icons, mighty works of Ultima, if his words are to be believed, should take their name from a mighty work of mankind that was designed to destroy them, or perhaps entirely fitting. Entries for Echo of the Fallen are now available for viewing in the 1,000 tones. Properties will not gain. Entries of the Fallen will appear on the final page of the 4 sections.
Wish
Okay.
to study the tomes?
That's fine. Emil. Crystal trader. The trader of a trio who appeared to be involved in the dust crystal trade after being chased from the gates of Port Isolde on suspicions of trading in contraband. They fled north with bandits and beasts in pursuit. Their path took them nigh to the Sage Spire, an ancient fallen tower with which they seemed strangely familiar. Basic information. A leader. Okay, that's fine. At the Sage Spire, the leader of the dust crystal miners, he and his associates Halleck and Marnik, have long been visiting the Sage Spire to claim for their own the bounty of the magic mother crystals that sleeps within. The darkening of the skies brought with it a sudden efflorescence of crystals, which the miners sought to take advantage of by trading their excess yield on the black market. He and his associates hail from the isolated community driven from the ancestral homeland by the spread of the blight, having long relied on the dust crystals for their survival. However, on learning that it is the crystals that cause the blight and knowing that it is but a matter of time before the authorities of the twins discover the Sage Spire and claim the mother crystal inside for themselves, he permits Clive to destroy the artificial hearts. Halleck, one of Famil's familiars, alongside Marnik, engaged in the mining shards of dust crystals from the magic mother crystal. His natural nervousness is exasperated by the perilous situation to which his chief is wont to expose him. Marnik, one of Famil's familiars, along Halleck, engaged in mining shards of dust crystal, the magic mother crystal. Being strong of thew and sunny of spirit, he finds himself well suited to physical tasks, and a good thing too, for those in Famil's employ often find themselves having to run along for their lives at a moment's notice. Tower basic information. The voice of the Sage Spire, or at least one heard echoing through the halls. It regards Clive and allies as unwelcome intruders and seeks to remove them, not merely from the tower itself, but from existence. Its golden humanity suggests that it has no human consciousness at its core. It is not but another diabolical device of the fallen creation. It is an artificial intelligence that controls the functioning of the tower's divers, contrivances, sending wave after wave of magic monstrosities to eliminate Clive and his allies. However, Clive is not so easily eliminated, and after destroying the heart of the man-made mother crystals, the voice falls silent. Okay, so there was a little more after this, so because we finished and saved. One of the race of ancient godlike beings, long ago 16 survivors of the species journeyed to Valencia on a ship called Origin, that they might lay the foundations from casting a supremely powerful spell, one that might revive their fallen brethren and remake the world. The Ultimas shared a single consciousness and are able to combine their already immense powers into a singular transcendental form. Origin. A vast structure that lay dormant beneath the crystalline dominion for countless centuries, and which was revealed to have been the vessel of which Ultima and his brethren first arrived to Valencia. Though it ceased to function while its former passengers slept, it was finally reactivated to put into motion the final stage of Ultima's plans for recreating the world in his image. Accolade, the Rosarian ceremony wherein the dominant of the Phoenix ordains the first shield and imbues him with the Icon's blessing. In the year of the realm 860, heir to the ducal throne, Joshua Rosfield awarded the acolyte to his brother Clive, making proof of the deep love and respect the young prince had for him. The Sage Spire. Oh god, there's a lot. Basic information. Another ageless relic of the fallen, the Sage Spire has loomed dark on the northern Rosarian horizon for as long as anyone can remember. Local legends about the towers haunting abound, and as such, the remote upland moors upon which the tower stands remain largely uninhabited to this day, despite not yet having been claimed by the blight. Oh shit, I didn't know he had me up on the stream. Hello. Over the years, myriad attempts to find an entrance to the ruins have ended in failure, but that does not necessarily mean that someone, or some three, have not already stumbled across a means inside. Crystal and cores. After centuries of slumber, the Sage Spire has awoken, albeit for reasons unknown. An early survey of its interior suggests the tower is indeed the source of the realm's dust crystals, the specimens seemingly growing from the walls in large, uncontrollable clusters. Also identified it was what appears to be a crystalline heart set high upon a central dais. Most disturbingly, however, the tower seems to exhibit a manner of sentient reacting to those who cross the tower's threshold and speaking to them in a language that is both at once uncomfortably similar and utterly foreign. Cracking the core, a cursory analysis of vocal records discovered in the tower suggests that the Sage Spire was a facility dedicated to the mass production of artificial crystals. Even after the facility was abandoned following the tragedy of Zemeckis, the remaining specimens continued to slowly grow under the destruction of the spire's heart, emitted a sudden discharge of discordant resonance that led to the shattering and dissipation of all nearby dust crystals. And then the hidden truths, where the main function of the Sage Spire was the mass production of artificial crystal. The fallen facility also appears to have been used in the magitech repurposing and weaponization of byproducts from the crystallization process. The site was evacuated and sealed during Ultima's assault on Zemeckis, with tower security and maintenance duties relegated to Echo-like automata, tireless machines that stalk the Spire's ivory halls to this day. Okay, the Dim. Once a lush woodland that provided abundant game and charcoal to the residents of Eastpool, recent decades have seen the blight gradually rob the region of the nature's beauty, leaving little but lifeless stones and blackened boughs. Few brave the roads north these days, save bandits, brigands, and the occasional fool who thinks he might be the one to finally discover an entrance to the Sage Spire and claim the fabled treasures within. Rumor has it that with the Sage Spire's recent awakening, ruins in the area have unexpectedly flung their gates open, introducing all manner of grim and grotesque creatures into the heretofore abandoned wastes. What am I missing? Mysteries of the Realm. Supply and demand. One of the most valuable materials known to mankind, thanks to its ability to channel ambient aether from the air, allowing those without an innate power to do so to cast magics. After Ultima cast Primogenesis and the skies over Valencia darkened, the unbalance in the aether would render many shards unusable and all but ended the largesse of nations in sharing what the shards remained with the populace. Yet, such was the people's reliance on the crystals that they looked to other, less reputable means of securing them. The remaking of the world. Many of the savior myths and the Valesian traditions speak of the rise, the ascension of the faithful to paradise, assuming these myths have the roots in the teachings of the Circle of Malleus. One might assume that the feat is one and the same with the spell that Ultima requires a vessel to cast. The Ultima's rise will not save the faithful, only revive his own race, and usher them and them alone to the remade world. Ultima spell. The magic that Ultima means to cast to raise his fallen brethren from their eternal slumbers and remake the world. To cast it, it requires both an enormous amount of aether drawn from the land over the centuries by the mother crystals, and a vessel strong enough to withstand its channeling. The entity known as Mythos. The first worm, having conceived their plan to siphon the land's aether and use it to restore the planet, Ultima's brethren transformed themselves into the mother crystals and the hearts maintained within them, leaving only Ultima behind. To hide their true purpose, Ultima then named each mother crystal after the parts of an ancient dragon and left mankind with the legend that remains today. Dust crystals. Basic information. Shadowy shards that can be used to cast magic just like any other crystal, but far less resilient, cracking after only a few uses. They appeared on the black market soon after the skies darkened, and it was from here that Sharon obtained her sample. In the Sagespire, the shadowy shards that line the walls of the Sagespire, Famiel and his associates have long mined these crystals to provide for their people. The sudden outgrowth that accompanied the darkening of the skies provided a bounteous yield that they elected to sell for profit. Their close resemblance to those shards that make up the mother crystal suggests that they too are linked to a heart, one that sleeps somewhere within this tower. And after the destruction of the heart, the shadowy shards that once lined the walls of the Sagespire, they were the product of the Fallen's ambition to replicate the original mother crystals. And through the reproduction was far from its model equal in terms of the strengths and stabilities of its shards. They faded just the same when their hearts was destroyed. Man-made heart, the heart of the artificial mother crystal that sleeps within the Sagespire. It closely resembles the hearts of the true mother crystal, although the Fallen chose to keep theirs inside some manner of Magitech shielding system. Until that is, Clive and his allies came too close to comfort, and the tower's intelligence ordered it evacuated to an inner chamber. Like the hearts of the true mother crystals, it leached huge quantities of aether from the earth. The Fallen, however, designed their own to conjoin with the ultimate magic monstrosity, Omega, inspiring it to even greater limits of destructive power. Yet even with the heart strength at its disposal, Omega was no match for the might of Clive and his allies. After the Iconoclast met its brutal end, so too did the heart. Specimens, beasts, and beastmen captured by the Fallen and held prisoner in the Sage Spire. The variety of species on display suggests that they were collected from across the length of breadth of Valencia. Many are barely recognizable from the modern day counterparts, though whether this is the result of the creatures who escaped imprisonment changing over the ages, or of the experiments conducted on those unlucky few who did not, remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that upon being released from their cells, they will dutifully obey the tower's orders to exterminate intruders. Research logs left behind by their captors suggest they are intended to be used in the Fallen's experiment into crafting crystals from the organic seed. Those on the lower levels appear to have escaped much of the experiment, being released from their cells to drive out intruders. Those on the upper levels, however, exhibit strange crystalline structures conjoined into their flesh. Proof if they are more needed for the Fallen's ambitions for them. The existence of the Magitech heart and the dust crystals show that the research succeeded. The unlucky byproduct of the experiments being repurposed for militant means. Magitech weaponry. Arms produced by the Fallen many centuries past using materials and methods far from advanced than those available today. Their capacity for destruction likewise eclipse that of the deadliest weapons of the modern era, which goes some way to explaining why the Fallen are no longer with us. These weapons came in a myriad shapes and sizes. The miniature magical cannons intended to be wielded by foot soldiers to failed experiments into breeding crystals repurposed as living weapons to the Iconslate Omega. A self-propelled Magitech monstrosity designed to overthrow the gods themselves, powered by the stolen secret of creation. Iconic glass. I don't even know how to say these words. By far the mightiest of the many Magitech weapons produced by the Fallen, the name Iconoclast means destroyer of the divine, and this is exactly the purpose for which they were created: to overthrow the god that humanity might rule over all creation. Scholars believe the numerous iconoclasts of different designs were produced by the Fallen rival factions, yet all were destroyed during the Magitech War and the ill-fated invasion of Zemeckis that follows. The discovery of Omega, however, raises the possibility that other iconoclasts may still survive their world-shattering power, but an unlucky archaeology's misstep away. Living flesh, a gruesome gore found clinging to the walls of the upper reaches of the Sage Spire, pulsating organically and glistening like lifeblood. Its similarity to the flesh of the strange beast Clive and his allies encountered in the lower levels suggests they might have been crafted from the very substance. The Fallen were attempting to grow crystals using beasts and beastmen as seeds, and the substance appeared to be a byproduct of those experiments. Its strength and malleability proving the ideal material from which to craft living weapons. It appears that the disturbance in the aether resulting from Ultima's casting of Primogenesis overwhelmed whatever infernal engine produced it, resulting in its runaway growth throughout the facility. These are all ones we've read before. Mythos, Ultima's name for the vessel of limitless power that he has long awaited. He identifies Clive as Mythos by virtue of awakening the dominant of Ifrit and having the power to absorb the Aether for other icons. The being created humanity for this very purpose, that it might one day yield a vessel strong enough to cast a spell that would revive the dying tribe and remake the world in their image. Now he pits Clive against the other icons that he might drink of their powers and bring the vessel ever closer to perfection. Ultima Prime, one of Ultima's many discarded avatars, the iteration of the self-proclaimed deity of awaiting Clive, Joshua, and Dion upon the arrival above Origin, though structurally similar to the Infernal icon, centuries within the Dark Crystal served to dramatically slow its deterioration, preserving both form and function. Ultimalius, the true name of the incarnation of Ultima that brought the last of his race to safety in Valencia. When Origin was buried beneath the earth in order to absorb the Aether, it would need to rebuild the world. A great shrine was placed in the skies above it, from which humanity could be looked down upon. Having granted man the gift of magic, the seeds that would grow into a prophecy of the savior to come, Ultimalius placed his brethren into an eon-spanning sleep, that they might one day rise again. Ancient goblins, while exhibiting many of the distinguishable features conventionally attributing to goblins, large ears, hunched gait, malevolent eyes, these unique specimens encountered in the dim can be characterized by their rotten, gnarlish flesh and a shock of fiery red hair running from the crowns down to the length of their crooked spines. What is more, the weapons they carry are neither twisted bows, nor rusted pikes, but rather crooks and cleavers intricately crafted from material of decidedly fallen origin. So how the goblins might have worked the material where mankind has historically failed remains a mystery. It becomes ever more apparent that these strange creatures now roaming the dim are not in fact a new species of goblin, but rather an old one, likely captured by the Fallen and imprisoned inside the Sage Spire for the purpose of academic research. They would have remained suspended in time indefinitely, bound by the tower's arcane magics, had not happenstances see the locks thrown from their cages 15 centuries after their capture. While these goblins exceed their more modern cousins in strength, hardiness, and overall ferocity, possibly through magitech augmentation, there is no apparent difference in mental faculty. Ancient Minotaur. At a glance, the quality and complexity of both the decorative markings on their skin and the gold work they adorn implies these ancestors of the Tari currently inhabiting the deserts of Dhalmekia achieved a much higher level of civilization than the modern day progeny. The crystallization of these horns and hooves, however, is clear evidence the experiment at the hands of the fallen captors. Angra Mainyu. Unlike Sigma or Omicron, creatures coax in coexistence throughout the miracle of fallen science, Angra Mainyu is instead an example of Sagespire engineers imposing their wills onto an existing life form in an arrogant attempt to stimulate or enhance its connatural faculties. The crystal embedded within its cranium may either serve as a source from which ethereal essence is drawn or as a means to control it by outside parties. Sigma, a colossal killing machine forged not from iron and steel, but from living flesh grown in a laboratorium. Both deceptively swift and magical, Adapt Sigma and is through to have served the Fallen as a guardian of the Sage Spire, tasked with preventing unauthorized access to the tower's upper levels and the secrets stored within. Omicron, not content with the combat performance exhibited by the Sigma model, Sage Spire engineers continued perfecting their methods until they had created Omicron, a mindless thrall similar to the size and build of his predecessor, but stronger, faster, and more resilient. The engineers also felt the need to give it a sword and teach it how to use it. And then Omega. Omega, or Iconoclastic Defense System Omega 1, was the Sage Spire's last line of defense in the preservation of its most valuable asset, the artificial heart. Capable of warping the various geometries that define our world, the magic construct was likely one of the most powerful weapons ever created by the Fallen.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open. Good morrow to you, my friend. You wish to study the tomes?
Excuse me. All right. Time for the other DLC. Or after we read this. Dear Sid, I write this note from Imperial Lands. Yes, I know we said we'd be going straight home, but a little detour to trade the trinkets we picked up on our travels for some trusty gills seemed in order. Give the elders something to soften the shock of losing the dust crystals like. Truth is that those crystals have long been a lifeline for our people, and though I may have been quick to comprehend your reasoning that they're not but a tether to a sinking ship, humble country folk like mine are rather less receptive to new ideas. Wish me luck in turning them to the righteous path. Famille. P.S. In the unlikely event that we should find ourselves driven from our home at a pitchfork, I trust you'll spare us a bed or three. The lads can sleep on the floor at a pinch. Unmarked. Sid, I shall not waste time mincing words. Leviathan's dominant is in need of rescue, and despite the innumerable misgivings about joining hands with an outlaw of the highest disrepute, the dame has assured me that there is none better suited to the task at hand. I dare not reveal more for fear this missive could fall into the wrong hands, but if what little I have penned here has kindled your interest, I bet your journey to the Vale of Northreach and inquire with one Layla. She will surely be satisfied.
Leviathan the Lost. But why now? After all this time.
Why, what now?
Oh, I'm not sure you'd believe me if I told you.
After all we've been through. I doubt there's anything that could surprise me at this point.
All right then. Rouse Joshua and meet me in the mess. We'll talk there. I see we're all here.
So, what is it this time?
I'm not sure yet. The letter delivered to my chambers omitted a few crucial details.
Do we know its provenance?
That was one of the details it omitted. But whoever the sender was, it seems the dame held them in high enough regard to point them in our direction.
The dame? Well, she's not one to waste our time. It must be important.
Important might be an understatement. If the letter is to be believed, Leviathan's dominant is in danger. And someone wants us to save him.
Leviathan?
So the Warden of Water has finally returned. What has it been? 100 years?
More. The Lost moniker dates back at least that long. Even our venerable lawsman would not have been so much as a glint in his father's eye when last the mighty serpent brought his crashing waves to bear upon the realm.
But why the gap? I know it can be a few years before a new dominant's born. But over a century?
Should the dominant of Water's bloodline have been severed somehow, it could have prevented a new dominant from awakening.
But if one has awakened now, he couldn't have chosen a worse time. Every nation in the realm has lost its dominant. If word gets out that there is still one to be had, they will stop at nothing to claim it for their own.
And the twins will be at war again, just when humanity most needs to come together. Did the letter say anything else?
Only that if I wish to know more, we must meet in person. And that the Veil can arrange a meeting.
If nothing else, you can be certain it ain't a trap.
Famous last words. I'm coming with you.
As am I.
Thank you. Both of you. And Otto?
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on things here. Didn't fancy coming anyway.
Thank you. I shall leave the Invincible in your capable hands.
Quest accepted. The Rising Tide. Chasing the Tides quest is indicated by the brown marker after accepting the quest. Current objectives are displayed in the to-do list on the right side of the screen. These will temporarily replace main scenario.
The garrison said they take another 100.
To the Veil it is, then.
Looks like you've got a thirst.
But enough talk. How about we...
Fancy a peek behind the veil, my lord?
I'm looking for a Layla.
You found one. So, will your friends be joining in? Or just watching?
We're not here for your services. We simply want to talk.
What you do with your time is up to you. The price is still the same.
We're here about the letter.
Oh, sorry. I suppose you'll be wanting to know who wrote it then.
Among other things.
Look, I'm just the messenger here.
Hello, Huntsman.
There's only so much I can tell you.
Hello, Huntsman.
Specifically.
A location. North of
We don't
town,
have
on the
music
shore
now.
of Isle of Feist
She
Bay.
can't even hear this one. She just wants to listen to
There
Christmas.
you'll find a tent, and the woman who can answer your questions.
And that's all. Nothing else.
Actually, one thing. There's more than flowers in the meadows these days. So keep that sword of yours to hand.
Does anyone else think it's strange that this woman should prefer to keep to the outskirts of town?
What if she realized... Just the value of the information she's party to.
And the danger it puts her in.
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed things. Do be careful.
Dicks! Hi, husband. How's it going?
The tent is where Layla said it would be.
Yes, but who awaits us inside?
It's empty. Why am I not surprised? A boat. No prizes for guessing who that belongs to.
Yeah, it's been like raining off and on all day today.
So you're Sid.
I suppose I must be. Which means you have me at a disadvantage.
Apologies. I am Shula, tributary of Mysidia, final haven of the Moats of Water.
The Moats of Water.
The very tribe into which it was believed Leviathan's dominant was born. A people notable for their sapphire eyes and ivory hair. Yes, that would be impossible, since the tribe famously
Vanished. Was exterminated. Despite the best efforts of both church and state, we are still very much alive. Though we've managed to keep that fact hidden from good Krieger's faithful for over a century.
Along with Leviathan's dominant.
That wave out there. What do you know of it?
The Surge. Only that it's been there a long time.
Since the fall of Drake's Eye almost a century ago. Some claim the two are connected, but none can speak with any certainty.
So in other words, you know nothing. Not that I'll hold it against you. The wave was raised by Leviathan in an act of rage. Moments before the waters were stayed, and the icon and its dominant bound within.
And you want us to
rescue him. Yes. You see, a little bird told me about a certain outlaw with a singular knack for putting unruly dominants in their place. And ours is about as unruly as they get. For years, we've searched for someone who could hold their own against an icon. Someone just like you. So what do you say? Will you help us?
Sure.
What exactly did your dominant do to warrant this punishment?
What did he do? He committed the greatest crime one of his kind can. He was born. But he deserves a better fate than the one my people forced upon him. He deserves to be free.
As do we all. Very well. Far-fetched though your tale may seem, Something tells me you speak in earnest. So we will do what we can for your dominant. But first, you will tell us everything you know about him and the means of his imprisonment.
I can do better than that. I can show you. Care to take a trip across the bay? My people await you there.
Lead the way.
Law's Cloak. If you manage to navigate the cloak's narrow mountaintop pass without plummeting to your death, you will be rewarded with breathtaking view of the blighted wasteland stretching from the olive-faced bay to the Sea of Grace.
Alright, you might want to hold on to something. We're coming up on the wall, and passing through can take a bit of getting used to.
I don't see any wall.
Of course you don't. That's the point. It's a glamour woven by our ancestors to keep our village hidden from prying eyes. But don't take my word for it. Watch.
It was bright.
Oh, that was worse than a slug of Bacchus wine.
Clive, the sky.
It's blue, but how is that possible?
You do know what a glamour is, don't you? Ours just happens to work both ways, and a good thing too. I wouldn't fancy staring at those sickly clouds every day.
A rising tide.
And that concludes our little voyage. We're here. It's a long slog to the village, and a hard one. I hope you're up for a climb.
Finally.
What? You didn't think we'd arrived, did you? The village isn't up here. It's on the other side of the mountain.
Of course it is.
Ice height being together doesn't affect the roll. They could
Watch
each work
yourself,
alone
Sid.
as well.
This
Okay,
path
thank
can
you.
be treacherous. If not for the sheer drop, then for the beasts who prowl it.
Thank you for the warning. And please, call me Clive. Sid is an alias.
You will be pleased to learn, Lady Shula, that I have no such aliases.
Is that so, Lord Margrace?
It's all the same to me.
This area's pretty.
My area's not. my area's headache inducing. Hey, duck. If you need more, there's also 2 at Horizon.
Stand back. We'll handle this.
Oh, will you now? Shall I keep my axe and spells to myself then?
Okay. Do those two. He's right down the hallway.
Since when did a bearer ever need crystals?
But then, where is your brand?
Maybe.
Waiting for me in Sunbreak, if I ever get careless.
Then it's in for a long wait.
Okay, now this.
We're almost at the summit. From there, you'll have a better view of our home. Few have ever set eyes on what I'm about to show you. Just so you know.
This is not what I expected.
Welcome, my friends, to Mysidia.
This is not helpful, cause it hurts my brain.
It's been a long time since I saw the North looking so
Alive.
I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but it's been a long journey, and I expect we could all do with a rest. Our humble village is only a short way from here. If you'd care to accompany me.
Based on Deej saying,
Let's
I
get
wrote
ourselves
combine
in front
slash
of a
add
fire,
question mark.
and
What
I'll
does
tell you
that mean?
everything you
I'm
need
not
to know.
100% now. Look, because it's so. No clues, Duck. No clues. Let me
beautiful.
work this out.
Shula.
And we aim to keep it that way.
I will figure it out.
I believe.
Are those stones glowing?
That's one of the cairns which maintain the glamour. Steer well clear.
Just parsing back what I wrote. Yeah, no, I got you. Sorry, I didn't mean to come off as I was upset. I'm not.
If the surge was an act of rage,
One wonders what prompted it.
Could we not have spared ourselves the mountain crossing by landing further north?
In clear view of the bay?
On evening tides.
Does morning's light return?
Open the gates! The tributary is home!
Outsiders? Well, I never. Look at the size of that dog.
All right now, back to your duties. You'll have to forgive my people their curiosity. We don't get many visitors. Or any, truth be told.
Then we are honored to be the first.
This is quite extraordinary. Like stepping into another world.
So do you believe me now?
You've made it difficult not to, my lady. But how did your people chance to settle here in the north? Unless I am much mistaken, the moats of water long called the coasts of southern Ash their home. Until Drake's Horn fell and the Blight forced them ever inland, where...
We met our doom, along with our dominant. I see you've read the Gregorian Church's account, but perhaps you'd like to hear ours. That building over there is the Witten Hall. It's where my people gather to discuss matters of import. We can speak more inside, once the place is ready to receive you.
That ad was so delayed.
It shouldn't take long, but you're welcome to explore the village while I see to things.
We tried.
Thank you. We'll do just that.
That'll be them then.
Look! That one's got...
Intruders!
Oh, do you think he Welcome to Haven. The tributary awaits you within the Witten Hall.
Merry Christmas, Pickle. Thank you for entering the Yomis giveaway. Hello.
So what do you
Merry
think of our
Christmas.
little haven in the woods? It might not have all the comforts of a southern settlement, but at least it's ours.
And there's a lot to be said for that. It can't have been easy keeping this place a secret.
Not easy, no. We've dedicated our lives to men. Heals us. Us and Walias.
This man, Walias, is he Leviathan's dominant?
That's right. Though he's no man, Walias is still a baby.
A baby?
Forgive me. But you said that the Dominant and his icon were bound inside the Surge almost a century ago. That would surely make him older still.
It would, if he'd been allowed to age. But the spell robbed the poor bairn of even that.
I'm sorry?
Wallius was the son of my great-grandfather. Leviathan awoke within him almost immediately. But instead of allowing the lad to live out his life as a valued member of the community, my ancestors sought to put his power to other uses. Sadly for them, the icons sensed their treachery and summoned a wave so large it would have swallowed the entire village if my ancestors hadn't stopped him.
Then it is not the surge that binds the child, but time itself.
Yes.
Forgive me. I'm still not sure I understand.
I'm not surprised. It isn't the easiest thing to explain. Which is why it might be better if I took you to see him. Show you exactly what he has to endure.
That is why we came.
Then let us be off. There's a road that leads north from the village. It'll take us right into the Surge.
Are you bound for the Wave, tributary?
We are, Delina. Have you spread the word about our guests?
I have. Everyone knows to treat them as family.
You shouldn't have any trouble now, but just in case, I would have you accept this symbol of our people.
You'll obtain the Ceaseless Rill.
That's very kind. I look forward to meeting the family.
The feeling's mutual.
Should the tributary be indisposed, feel free to ask me any questions you might have regarding the village, and I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you. We will.
Then I bid you good tide.
Our storehouse lies across the bridge. If you're short of supplies, you may
God, there's side quests.
find what you need there. Though we will have to ask you for recompense, poor as we are.
How may I be of service?
Ask about Delina.
My name is Delina.
My name is Delina, and I serve as adjutant to Lady Shula, tributary of Mysidia. While our adjutants who came before me played the role of guardian as well as aid, Lady Shula is an able warrior in her own right and requires no protection, so I assist in her ministering to our people's affairs while she is absent and indisposed. By the way of example, it was I who informed the rest of the village of your coming as a tributary's request. If there is aught you wish to know about our people or our village, please do not hesitate to ask.
As I'm sure you're aware,
As I'm sure you're aware, the land was once the dominion of the Northern Thanes, though the settlement was lain abandoned for some time when our ancestors' wanderings finally brought them here. Remote as it was, it seemed to them the ideal place to settle, and they duly cast their glamour over it, that the new home must remain hidden.
The secret of the spell itself.
The secret of the spell itself has been passed down from generation to generation since the time we left Ash. We use it to disguise our camps, that the custodians of the land through which we wander should not learn of our trespass. And it was these temporary enchantments which led our ancestors to contemplate a more permanent solution upon arriving here. So they built the cairns, filled them with the shards of the crystal the tribe could spare, and summoned forth a glamour large enough to cover the entire land. And for many days and nights thereafter, the bearers labored to attune the spell, that the outside world might see this place slowly succumb to the blight.
And thus we hid ourselves away.
And thus we hid ourselves away, welcoming none into our private haven until you, that is. At first the spell only worked one way. It was only after the skies changed that we conjured the second illusion for the benefit of those inside. It was Lady Shula's idea, a salve for the nerves of those who feared the rolling storm clouds were a harbinger of the end. I pray that it brings you a little relief from the darkness of the world beyond the walls as it has done us. About the motes of water.
Our story began.
Our stories began on the narrow coast of southern Ash, wherefore want an arable land. We relied on the mountains to rains to quench our thirst, and the bounty of the sea to fill our bellies, and thus did we learn the value of water. After the fall of Drake's Horn, we spent decades in exile, drifting across the deserts and snowfields of the Twins, till at last we arrived here in Mysidia, our second true home. Here we found mountains, rivers, and seas, not unlike those of our first home in Ash. All that we lacked was crystal. We have no mother crystal of our own here, nor have we ever received any stipend from our neighbors. Were it not for the few shards we have been able to stockpile during our wanderings in storm, we might never have survived the first few winters, let alone cast the glamour that protects us. For the demand that the bearers among us sacrifice their lives for the benefit of the others was never an option. Their hardships we had faced on our journey had brought us together, and we would not have divided again. Thankfully, our unity proves our strength, and so here we have stayed, dependent only upon the blessing which the land provides us. The springs, the rivers, the seas, these are all the motes of water need.
Fare you well, my lord.
You are Sid, aren't you? The man the tributary told us about? I wonder if you could help me.
With what exactly?
Oh, nothing too troublesome. Do you know my husband, Pavat?
Nope.
He's the village smith, among other things. Anyway, his name day's not far off, and I wanted to make a gift for him. He's a craftsman, you see, and he's been fretting about running low on the flowers he uses for dye making, so I wondered if you might collect some for me and give them to him.
Would this gift not be better coming from you?
Perhaps, but it can't, for reasons I can't go into. Please, I know it sounds daft, but I'd be ever so grateful.
Fine. Which flowers does your husband need?
The sweet little blue ones that grow around the fount. Elder's blessings, they're called. We use them to dye our fabrics so we always feel close to water like they are. You don't need to go to the trouble of picking them yourself, though. Just speak to the field hands and ask them to share their harvest with you. 2 basketfuls should be enough for my husband to be getting on with.
2 basketfuls it is. Excuse me. I wonder, might you be able to spare a basket of Elder's blessings? Pavart's wife tasked me with collecting some for her husband, and suggested that I speak to you.
Ah, Werda wants you to bless her better half with the fruits of our labour, does she? Go on then. Give the old fool something to squirm about.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't worry about it. An old fool Pavart may be, but if you come bearing gifts, he's not fool enough to turn you away.
I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Welcome to Haven, friend.
Thank you. Forgive my presumptuousness, but the smith's wife has asked me to make her husband a present of some elder's blessings. 2 basketfuls, to be precise.
Well, I have one, if that's any help.
It is. I'm much obliged. They really are beautiful.
Aren't they just? Though that's not the only reason they have a special place in our hearts. Legend has it that when our people fled from Ash, the tributary of the time took some seeds with them. And as they wandered high and low across the Twins, he'd plant them wherever they stopped for water. Every elder since has done the same. So when we finally put down roots here in Mysidia, the flowers did too.
Well, that's 2 basketfuls. Time to visit Pavat.
What do you want?
Your wife asked me to bring you these flowers.
That woman. Come out. I know you're there.
Who? Me?
Would either of you care to explain what's going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just, my husband can be a bit standoffish at times, and I thought this might be a good way for the 2 of you to get acquainted. What with you being a swordsman like, and him being the only smith in the village. It'd be a shame if you couldn't turn to him for help.
The only reason he couldn't turn to me for help is because I had my hands full with all the orders you lot dumped on me. I'm pretty much done with them now, though. But, for the record, the tributary said that we were to lend you outsiders our aid, and that's exactly what I was planning to do. With or without my darling wife's meddling. Still, here we are. Acquainted. So, if there's out you need, just bring us the materials, all right?
All right.
All right, then. And tar for the flowers. I was running low.
You use them for dyeing, I hear.
Aye. Crush the petals and it makes a fine and lasting blue. We use it to stain the cloth for our tunics and pennons. To remind us where we come from, like.
As modes of water. Children of the sea.
That's right. The pattern, too, was left by our ancestors. The Ceaseless Rill, it's called. It symbolizes the river of our tribe, with the strength of Leviathan running through it. And no matter how that river has ebbed and flowed, changed its course, the flowers have always been with us, growing on our banks. I should get back to work.
Hello, Violet.
Let me know.
I will.
I've never played Tekken, but it's pretty cool to see him in it.
Wasn't it just?
I was confused when I first saw him. I'm like, oh, are they bringing out another DLC? And then it showed that he was joining Tekken. Heavenly Foundry now available. Haven Foundry, I should say. How are you doing, Violet? Is he commenting to the comment?
Yes. But I was like, I have no. I was like, at first I read Violet Face comment and I was like, what the fuck's talking? What does that have to do with it? I was like, oh, it's from Bark's chat. That makes more sense. was confused.
Will that do you? A good tide to you.
Oh.
Oh, I'll have her hide when she gets back. Oh, sorry. I was leagues away. How can I help you? If you're after something from the storehouse, it's actually my wife you'll want to talk to. She will have to charge you for the goods, though. Not that we'd fleece you or anything. It's just, you know, needs must.
I understand.
Oh my god, it's not wrecked, it's racked. You
Saying
dumbass.
that, she might not be able to get anything down for you for a bit.
Ah, right.
She's got her hands full with the inventory, you see. It should have been my daughter's job, really, but the willful little Rills decided to make herself scarce. Ah, the heavens
Ew.
only know where that girl's got to.
If you'd like me to keep an eye out for her.
Oh, no. I couldn't ask that of an outsider. Could I? You wouldn't mind?
Of course not. She won't have gone far, will she?
I hope not. But I've scoured the entire village for her and come up empty-handed. Can't help
Oh,
thinking
that
she
was a
might have
tough
gone
one.
on another one of her little adventures.
Bye.
A free spirit, is she?
Aye, that she is. Can't get her to sit still. Especially once you heard you lot were on your way. Outsiders! You should have seen her little eyes light up. Oh, if she wanted to watch you arrive, she'd have made for the low gate where you first came in. The guard there might have spotted her. Maybe you could ask him. Ruka, her name is.
All right. I'll let you know if I find her. Try not to worry.
Hear me, mine ancestors.
Whoops.
Excuse me. You haven't seen the storekeeper's daughter, have you?
Little Ruka? I have, as it happens. She went out through the gate not long ago.
Out of the village? Alone?
Aye, she does it all the time. There's a path off to the left which leads down to the river. Nice little spot, that. Safe as you like. The beasts of the mountain don't dare come so close to the village. That's where she'll be. Go and have a look if you don't believe me.
I will.
This is also up there for favorite puzzle, this specific one. Or just like this room. Okay. Thanks,
Not
Rubik.
here either.
That was a bigger hint than you know. That was such a good hint. Psyche. That's so
It's you.
good. I do like
I've
that
been
one.
looking everywhere for you.
You must be Ruka.
No purple here.
You know my name? You lot read minds.
You know how that was a
Father asked me
hint?
to keep an eye
Because
out
instead
for
of
you.
looking at it literally, I looked at it like,
You left
what
without
would the
telling him
word
where
be
you
if I
were
thought it was a
going.
really cool
He was
clue?
worried.
And then I saw it.
But I went to look for you.
Well, now you found me.
The rose.
What do you say we head back to the village and let your
yes,
father know you're safe?
All right.
I am the
And
frozen.
on the way home, you can tell me all about the world beyond the wall.
Frozen
I want to know everything.
architect.
Everything might be a stretch.
Okay, let's go back into here. So we did this.
Thank you for bringing her home. And sorry for the trouble.
Oh, no. It was a pleasure.
Daddy,
Okay,
did
here's
you
some
know
clues
that
I
there are
haven't
villages
solved
10
yet.
times as big as Haven in the outside world?
Okay.
10 times! Cities, they call them. And in these cities, they have great big walls and towers and castles.
Oh, to think I was worried. You can tell me all about the outside world later, Sweet Pea. Now go and help your mum with the stores.
All right.
Thanks for putting up with her questions. She, has a lot of them.
I
One of the big
understand
ones
why.
being, what are the people beyond the wall like? Reckon you've made a good first impression?
Are we the only one she's ever met?
That you are. The rest of the world can't know we're here, so we'll have to be very careful who we're letting in and out. A few of us might make the occasional trip to shore for supplies, but for the most part, we make do with what we've got, including what the old Northerners left us.
Yes. You built on top of the old ruins, didn't you?
Well, they make for fine foundations. Their masons clearly knew what they were doing. That's one thing we don't have to worry about. Oh, it's everything else that's the problem. Medicines, metals for tool making, anything like that. We have to dress up as traveling merchants and make a trip to the outside and pray to every cloud in the heavens that nobody sees through us.
Which explains why you need Gil.
Aye.
Well,
And
look
now
what
Luke
we
is
got
back.
here.
My
We
wife
got
should
a
be free
top
to assist you
below.
with any potential purchases.
Leap.
So please, do make good use of our stores, because we fully intend to make good use of your coin.
I'll be sure to keep my purse strings loose.
Oh, it's not the full work. Oh my god.
Thanks for bringing me daughter back. I don't grudge her looking for adventure, but she's got to pull her weight like the rest of us. Anyway, now we've got the inventory done, I can attend to my own tasks, like seeing to our visitors' needs. So, was the route you wanted? This is all we have. Well, if you're sure you need it.
Jesus Christ, DJ, such a piece of work.
Here you are.
Okay, so it's a black and a purple.
Well, if you're sure you need it. Here you are.
What do you think the tributary sees and knows outside?
How long do you think this
Suddenly, there were curves everywhere.
There's a pair of ships just up ahead.
Ships? But are we not still leagues from the shore?
Dang, this area is kind of big. I might not be finishing this tonight. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I feel like there's gonna be new hunts because this looks like a location where one of those would happen.
I don't know what this word means.
The quickest route to the surge is due east, past the second galley.
Shula, how did these ships come to be here?
What do you imagine happens when an icon of water gets angry?
Really, brother? Did you have to ask?
This trail only leads deeper into the forest. We should head back.
Oh, and fraction. So...
No, I still haven't mended the bridge. And I never bloody will if people don't leave me to my work.
Is it bad that I think I know what this is because of yesterday? No. It's not bad that you think you know what this is because of yesterday. That doesn't...
Tonberries?
Tonberries.
That's scary.
Fell creatures consumed by their hatred for everyone and everything.
Everything save sharp knives, it seems.
Stay down!
can smell the sea.
It's not far now.
How will we reach the surge?
We'll follow the coastline north. There's a bridge that'll take us across to the cape.
Becomes strong. Track. How do I know if I'm even... How do I know was it?
Might I inquire about the Ray of Light?
It's what prevents the surge from being reclaimed by the sea. And Dwalius by his people.
Okay, so the only reason I got that is because I had Sun going to Star before for Magenta. I was surprised. Oh, like I still don't understand it.
It's over.
You said before that the child is bound within the surge. But you've yet to tell us how we're meant to reach him. I trust we won't have to hold our breath.
No. The surge wraps around the cape without engulfing it. If we continue to its tip, there is a path down to the seabed. And the wave's origin.
All right. It won't be the first dominant we've met at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, like, so if you look at my sheet, I have a bunch of examples of low magentas on the magenta tab. So Sun is a star, Mars is a planet.
Oh. I thought it was ice, but it's just literally water frozen in time. But not ice. Sheev is a dominant of ice, so that makes sense.
It's not much further now.
The path seems well kept. Do you and the villagers often come this way?
Only me. Once every new moon without fail. It is my duty both as village elder and Dwalius's descendant.
But surely no one blames you for what happened. Why should you bear the responsibility alone?
You misunderstand. I do it because I want to. To show him that he isn't alone, and that there are still some of us who would see an end to his suffering. Suffering you will soon witness with your own eyes. The forest grows quickly here. Left unattended, the path would be reclaimed in a matter of moons.
Does the light point the way to the child?
It does indeed.
Look at all the droplets of water suspended in midair.
Where they have remained untouched by time for 80 summers.
It's not right.
No, it's not.
There. Up ahead.
Oh.
Down in the center. Follow me.
He's still primed.
I'll never forget my first priming. The fear. And I was old enough to understand what was happening. One can only imagine how this poor child felt.
He is the victim of an unforgivable sin. Committed by people who saw him as nothing but a means to an end. He must be so frightened.
Then I'll ease his burden.
You don't mean?
I'm not going to hurt him. Contrary to the tales, I don't go around killing dominants for no reason. What if I told you there was a way to remove Wallace's icon?
I tell you, you were a madman.
It's hard to believe, I know. But it can be done. Though, it isn't without its risks. Part of the icon remains no matter what.
So, it might still come to violence.
I don't know. It depends on the dominant. I've seen things end well, and I've seen things spiral out of control. But I do know one thing. If we turn our backs on this child, there will be no end to his suffering. And I think that a worse fate than the alternative. Don't you?
Very well. Do what you must. And whatever happens, I will own the consequences.
Don't be afraid, little one. Let me bear the weight. Hush now. It's going to be all right. I think so. I can feel the icon inside me. But something's wrong. He wasn't just afraid. He was angry. All right. Let's see what you've given me.
Power of water. Clive claimed a portion of the icon Leviathan's essence. Attuning the Leviathan not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic, but also allows him to use overall icon abilities such as Cross Swell, an inescapable rush of water that pummels enemies from multiple angles. Leviathan's iconic feat, Serpent's Cry, can be used to summon Clive's arm. To summon to Clive's off arm a sea-spitting serpent capable of dealing precision strikes to the enemies. Press X to unleash the state of Unleash the Tidal Torment. Multiple bursts of water capable of forcefully knocking back smaller creatures. Press Y to fire powerful jets. It'll gauge. Using these attacks will deplete the tidal gauge, become unavailable when the gauge is empty. The gauge will slowly replenish over time, but can be refilled quicker by pressing right bumper. Time a second, press perfectly with the on-screen prompt to immediately refill the gauge, as well as earn unlimited ammunition for a short period of time. While using Serpent's Cry, press B again. Okay.
Is that Leviathan?
Just a level, but a formidable adversary nonetheless.
Oh, look. It has friends. Is everyone all right?
He seems calmer now.
You said Walius was frozen in time. But he knew we were here. How?
I don't know. He's never reacted to anything or anyone. Until now.
The child has been bound for nigh on a century. If he has been conscious from the first, we must remove the seal at once.
It's not that simple. I wish it were, but... there's more to this tale. It would be better if I explained back at the village.
I see. Then let's return before it gets dark.
I'm sorry, Walius. I will make this right. So, part of Leviathan is inside you now, is it? Does it hurt?
No. Not anymore, anyway.
Good. Because I still have need of your strength. If you want to know the rest, we should head to the Witten Hall.
Of course.
To understand the spell which binds Walius, you must first know who we are, and what drove my forebears to commit such an atrocity. This tapestry is our story, the one that brought us here. After generations of wandering, my people sought refuge in northeastern Storm, some 170 years ago. But in exchange for our safety, the Gregorian Church demanded we renounce our faith and branded us heretics when we could not.
To be exterminated, as a lesson to others.
And so was it chronicled in the imperial histories, for anything less would have made the Church seem weak. Yet a handful survived. The few who did fled north and west, and in doing so discovered two things that would forever shape our fates. The first was an old legend revealing how to make your very own mother crystal.
I've heard that one before.
Yes, yet it gave them new hope, however false. Our ancestors convinced themselves that they could recreate the divine if they could only find a strong enough heart. A living being capable of channeling torrents of ether. And the heavens provided.
A dominant. Well, yes.
They'd stumbled across a nostrum in an ancient ruin, which they believed could provoke a sudden outpouring of a creature's ether. They meant to enrage his icon. Leviathan would have destroyed everything, had our people not made their second important discovery. A means to stop time itself.
Where did they find that? The Northerners had no such magics, or they would have used them.
When our ancestors first arrived, the land was uninhabited, save for an old witch who lived on the highest peak. Her body had been consumed by the curse, a cruel payment for her long years of service to the Northern Thanes. So desperate were they to prevent the fall of Drake's Eye, they'd forced her to devise a spell to stop time.
But Drake's Eye did fall.
It did. When she finally perfected the necessary magics, it was already too late. As punishment for her failure, the Thanes exiled her to this forsaken place to live out the few days she had left. Knowing her suffering, our ancestors cared for her as best they could, and in return, she gifted them her spell. That even though she should die, her legacy might live on. So armed with both the knowledge of the ancients and the secrets of time, our ancestors settled upon an ambitious plan. They would create a new Mother Crystal and enchant it that it might endure for all eternity. Thus would our people's wandering, our suffering, finally end, and prosperity visit us once more. And all it would require was the sacrifice of a single child. A small price to pay, or so they believed.
Another victim of man's blind reliance on the Mother Crystals. So we know the seal source. How do we break it and restore the flow of time?
Do you recall the dome of light on top of the cliffs to the west? Inside lie the ruins of an old temple. It was there that the witch built the Vare, a conduit of sorts that channels her remaining ether into the surge. But it's been a long time since anyone set foot in the place. And now, there are others who claim it as their own.
Then we shall go prepared for a fight. That said, it may be best if one of us stays behind.
You think the village could be in danger?
We saw the ether flow from Wallius in all directions, but only encountered a single familiar. There will be more. And should even one make its way here, I doubt the walls could hold it back for long.
Then I shall stay. The Phoenix will see your people safe, tributary.
You have my thanks.
Very well. We should depart at once. I fear time may no longer be a luxury we can afford.
The Vare is not
Oh my god, there's side missions?
easy to find. We must first head north, and then west, deeper into the forest.
Yeah, I don't think we're finishing this tonight.
I suspect two dominants can handle whatever it is that awaits you atop that peak. And if not, there's always Lady Shula's battle axe.
We gotta do the side missions.
My lord, may I... There is a matter with which I would beg your aid.
Of course, what is it?
Please, not so loud.
Something serious then.
Yes, I think we might have company. I was passing by the low gate when I saw a figure moving among the trees up on the cloak. At first I thought it must have been you or your brother, so I didn't say anything, but the more I think about it, the more certain I am that the figure looked familiar.
And you're sure it wasn't one of the other villagers?
Positive. I think it was someone from outside the wall who has found his way inside. Of course, it could just be my imagination playing tricks on me. I only caught a fleeting glimpse, and it might have been you or your brother. But if it is who I think it is, we cannot allow him to leave now that he knows we're here. Would you go and see? He won't try to hurt you, believe me. Given what lurks in the forest, the only one likely to get hurt is him.
Very well. Whether the man you saw is who you believe him to be or not, we need to know. It may yet be someone else entirely. Someone who means your people, or my people, harm.
Perhaps. Just promise me that if you do find someone up there...
Don't worry. I won't draw my sword unless I need to.
Thank you.
Yamila, this man you saw, might he be the customer you told me of?
I fear so.
The customer?
I'll explain later. Come on.
All right. I am gonna go use the washroom real quick and make a hot chocolate. I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I am back.
If we pick too many of the flowers, there won't be enough.
A bottle. Perfume from Sunbrag.
4 more months for a nice streak.
You used a thesaurus and you remembered? Gotcha.
Pickle, thank you for the resub.
Who's there?
Almost
Hey,
forgot.
thanks. I've been using the thesaurus. Not helping. Let's go orange. You going orange, probably? Oh, here we go. We got some purples.
Hang on! I'm
I can do
coming!
purples. Purple.
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 Don't eat me! I'll give you gut rot, I swear! Stand back. I'll handle this. You're finished.
Not pyramid, Rubik. It's body.
Are you all right?
I'm more than all right.
So maybe these are all like
Saved! Oh, I could kiss you!
Maybe you should introduce yourself first.
Hervey! I knew it was you. What are you doing here?
I came to see you. Oh, my little canary, it's been so long.
Thank you for saving him
and sparing him.
Who is he?
Hervey, one of many clients from my employment beyond the wall.
One of many clients? We spoke every night of our plans together. Whispered songs of love into each other's ears. And then you upped and vanished without so much as a word.
I left you a note, didn't I? I told you I was sorry, but that we could never be together. That I could never abandon my family. And I told you not to look for me. How did you even find this place, anyway?
The flame of your love was as a beacon in the night that guided me to you.
Hervey.
I was walking by the coast near Northreach when I saw a lady who looked like you. Eyes like the ocean. Hair like the driven snow. The next moment, she and her companions were jumping in a skiff and sailing out towards the wave. So I, borrowed the nearest boat and started rowing.
It must have been Shula bringing us here. So what? You rowed, found a nose how many leagues across the bay, simply because you saw a woman with white hair.
And as I did, the skies changed from a dull and hopeless grey to a bright and benevolent blue. That was when I knew for certain that my little canary was close.
Oh, why did you come? You should have forgotten me, as I tried to forget you. I cannot leave my people, Hervey. And now that you know about this place, neither can you. We must return to Haven and accept my family's judgment.
I'm to meet your family. Oh, my little canary.
Please, come and see me later.
Whoops.
But first, follow me, Hervey.
To the end of the world and beyond.
He should never have found this place. How could I be so careless?
Don't blame yourself. I doubt anything could have kept that man away.
That is quite the sentence to read without any context.
No, it's quite the sentence to read with context.
Forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive. You two met at the Vale, I take it.
When I worked there, yes. To earn the coin that my people need to survive.
I don't know. Are these
Though Mysidia is our sanctuary,
plants?
there are certain necessities that it cannot
fruit
provide.
over here?
And for that reason, some of us seek employment beyond the wall.
Is it all just purple?
Yet few are the opportunities for
food
followers
plants?
of a
Is this
strange
all
faith
food?
in a strange land.
And so you supported your family as
They all
best you could.
shades of purple?
I did.
Blueberry is not a shade
And
of
I
purple.
have never regretted it for a
Actually,
moment. I found a second family
blueberries are
in
more
the
purple
Vale,
than they are blue.
and in the Dame.
I know, that's why it's an answer in the
second
purple
mother.
room.
I also found Hervey. But our love could never be. I knew that if I revealed my secret to him, I
Look,
would be
high is
putting
just
my
high,
people
okay?
in
That's
danger.
not... we
If I
ignore
did
high.
not, I would be living a lie, unable to return home.
What will happen to him now?
Since our people settled in Mysidia, uninvited visitors have been few and far between, but not unknown. Explorers, survivors of shipwrecks, none lasted long.
I see.
That was before my time, you understand? I've never had to make a decision like this before. Yamila, know that I do not blame you for any of this. It was me who decided to make the trip to shore. Me who exposed our secret. This was my mistake, and I shall bear the responsibility.
Thank you, tributary. I only beg you to remember that Hervé means us no ill will. He's just a fool. A fool who loves me.
I will take that into consideration. But yours is not the only voice I must listen to. The whole family must be consulted, and it may take time for me to arrive at my decision. I hope you understand.
Of course, tributary. However long it takes. Come what may, I thank you, my lord, for bringing us back together.
Yes? There. Till next time, then.
No sign of the child.
Just try to breathe. That's it.
Is everything all right?
Ah, you're the outsider. I'm Fannet, healer by trade. And this is Talor, one of my patients. He took ill not long after you arrived.
Nothing too serious, I hope.
I hope so too, but...
But...
This affliction, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. He complains of feeling chilled to the bone, but there's no fever to go with it. And my most powerful antalgic hasn't done a thing to ease the pain in his chest. I'm starting to wonder if his condition might require a different kind of treatment altogether. Shula said that you were here to help us. You couldn't help me, could you?
I'd be happy to. If I can.
You can, don't worry. All I need you to do is speak to Talor's son, Pavat, over at the forge, and ask if he knows what his father was up to before he came down sick. Something must have caused this, and I want to find out what. The trouble is, Talor's too weak to speak, and I can't leave his side for long. So while you talk to Pavat, I'll pay his wife word a quick visit, just in case she knows anything.
All right.
Oh, do you need something?
I do, though not from the forge. Fannet asked me to speak with you. She's looking into the cause of your father's illness and wondered if you could shed any light on the matter.
I see. Sorry. She shouldn't have dragged you into this.
It's no trouble, really. Tell me, did your father do anything out of the ordinary before he fell ill?
Not that I know of. But then I hardly see him. He's always out and about, like. Well, at least he was. Suppose he might have been a bit more fidgety than usual, but apart from that...
When you say out and about, where does he usually go?
Just round the village. Wanders over to Blazier's place most days. He's a fisher who lives on the other side of the fount. They're old friends. Maybe he knows something I don't.
Maybe. I'll go and speak with him.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you?
Your name is Blazier, is it not? Pavard tells me you're a friend of his father's, and that the two of you may have spent some time together prior to his illness.
His illness? Talor's never been ill a day in his life. I don't know why he'd start now.
Oh, Fanny doesn't know either. It was she who asked me to look into his recent behavior on the off chance it might explain how his condition arose.
Oh, I suppose there was something that struck me as a bit odd. He kept asking about the woods. Did you see anything strange on your way back from the shore? Are you certain? Do you swear? That kind of thing. I didn't, of course. But he wouldn't let it go. It was like he was expecting something to happen. It was just a matter of when. Not that I know what. Well, he never told me anyway.
Well, that certainly does sound unusual. And it might just be what Fanet is looking for. Thank you.
Ah, don't mention it. Oh, and when you say Talor, wish him the best from me, yeah?
Let's see what the healer makes of this.
I spoke with Werder, but she couldn't tell me anything. Did you have any better luck?
Nothing conclusive. But there was one thing. Blazier, the fisherman, told me that Talor had taken a sudden interest in the forest of late. He kept asking him if he'd seen anything unusual there on his way back from the coast, but never let on what exactly he was expecting him to have seen.
The forest between here and the coast. Surely not. But then... I can't say for sure. But I think Talor's illness might have some connection to the Tomberries. You may have encountered them during your time here. The small, scaly beastmen.
And you think they may have caused Talor's illness?
I do. At least in a way. And if I'm right, it's no wonder the treatments I've been trying didn't work. Oh, I know it's a lot to ask, but would you go down into Father's Fell for me? There's an altar there. And if my fears are true, an offering upon it.
What is going on here?
Please. I'll explain everything when you return, but time flows fast. I beg you, make haste for Father's Fell and take the offering from the altar. Talor's life may depend on it.
Very well.
There's a second lingo.
Apparently.
Is it called Duolingo?
Bastard things.
Oh, I never should have let him go alone.
Hail, stranger.
Before, we turned east at the shipwrecks to reach the coast. Now we must head in the opposite direction.
Left it is then. If there's one thing I know about beastmen, is that they love to hide in the dark. What are they up to? Some sort of ritual.
More tomberries.
Sorry to disturb you.
They're scary.
They are. They're not as scary in this as they are in like most other Final Fantasies. Well, so far anyways, I should say.
Have you fucked the Thunder King yet?
That's what I'm fearing.
Let's see what's on this altar then. A silver chain. I doubt the Tombury's made it. This must be what Fennec was talking about.
You're back. Well, did you find anything?
I did. This silver chain.
I knew it.
Well, I'm still none the wiser.
Forgive me. This chain. It's a Gregorian Maternoster.
Worn by men of the faith. What's it doing here? And why would the Tomburys be praying to it?
To understand that, you need to understand what the Tomburys are. They feed on hatred and suffering. And some say that if you render them an offering, some token of grievance against your fellow man, they will put a curse upon him.
So you think someone's put a Tombury curse on Talor?
I can't say for sure. Truth be told, I always assumed it was an old wives' tale. But given his fear of the forest and the presence of the chain on the altar, I don't know what else to think.
Does Talor have any enemies in the village? Anyone who would nurse such a grudge?
No, I believe the one who left the chain at the altar was Talor himself.
I beg your pardon?
But there's more to the tale, you see. It's said that if you attempt to curse a soul that has returned to the sea already, your ire has nowhere to go but back to its source.
You're saying he cursed himself?
In trying to curse another, aye.
When my father was younger, he was one of the few permitted to venture beyond the wall on trading expeditions. He told us that when he journeyed to Sanbreque, he'd wear that chain to disguise his true beliefs, lest Griega's faithful turn their cudgels on him.
Did they ever catch him in his deception? Might that explain the ill will he bears someone?
Not that he ever told me.
Come now, let's not waste time speculating about Talor's past. We need to focus on the present, and that means finding a way to break the curse.
All right. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Thank you. I shall.
Aye, and thanks for going to all this trouble. Here, it's not much, but I want you to have this. We call it an adder stone. It's a gatherer's charm. Reacts to certain rare minerals we use in crafting. Makes them ring out like a bell, stuff you'd have no chance of spotting otherwise. If you find anything, see that you bring it back to me. I can make you some decent gear with it. If you're interested, like.
I am, thank you. And I'll be sure to pay you a visit. Until then, I wish your father a swift recovery.
Yes?
Why are these all doubles I don't have an answer for?
Till next time, then.
Okay, so perjury and luxury, I understand, but luckiness and luxury? Is it the luck in the beginning, I guess? That's stupid. Two more. Two more.
We've obtained the design draft for Serpent Ring's accessories that, when equipped, enhance Leviathan's icon abilities to create these. Pick the Blackthorn in the Hideaway or Pivot in the Haven's Foundry to craft. You've obtained an Adder Stone. Card from Aquamarine. Adder Stones will resonate both audibly and visibly with other nearby stones of the precious gemstone, making them invaluable in gathering the rare crafting materials. Your controller also vibrate in proximity. Aquamarine is hidden throughout Mysidia, so be sure to check every corner of the region, but please note that some Aquamarine locations will differ between action/story-based focus modes and Final Fantasy mode.
We done did purple, guys. We done did purple. Okay, so purple's done. Reds are
I
done.
never should have let him go alone.
I can go look at whites
Take me,
again.
what
They
am I gonna
definitely hurt
do?
my brain the last 3 times I looked at them.
You've got to help me. Shula said you were a force to be reckoned with. Are you?
Why do you ask?
Eh? Oh, sorry. I should explain. My name's Kitan.
Purple's been perped.
I'm worried about a friend of mine. He went into the forest and he hasn't come back. Would you help me find him?
I can try. Tell me what I need to know.
Of course. You know about the glamour our ancestors cast to keep this place hidden, right?
Shula told us about it, yes.
Right. So you know the cairns we use to maintain the spell? Well, it's me and my friend's job to maintain them. If it weren't for the likes of us, it would have faded years ago.
So your friend went into the forest to visit one of these cairns?
Aye, that's right. He said he was going down to Father's Fell. There are 2 cairns out that way, one by the banks of the Swift Run, and another near the Winged Wains, the ships in the forest.
Polarity.
All right. How will I know this friend of yours?
His name's Nassif. He's about my height, but clean-shaven. If you could track him down and see that he's come to no harm, I'd be much obliged. I'll search the village, just in case anyone's seen him, and meet you back here.
Very well. One cairn by the ships, another by the river. Better get moving.
It's N''SYNC, right? That's NSYNC.
Hail, stranger.
And once everyone left me.
This is the mineral Pavat was talking about. The one that rings out like a bell.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-letter word. I really like harmony. It wasn't harmony.
Well, here's the cairn. But no sign of Nasef. To the riverbank, then. Who have we here? I'm looking for a man named Nasef.
Aye, I know him. Takes care of the cans. Wait, you didn't think I was him, did you? Sorry, mate, I'm just out to gym myself a few ibexes. What do you want with the lad, anyway?
His friend, Katav, asked me to look for him. Apparently he ventured out to work on one of these cairns and didn't return.
Well, that is a worry.
You're a hunter, yes? You must know the woods as well as anyone. Can you think where he might have gone?
There's a bridge further down the path. Blasted thing got washed away a few moons back. Our carpenter only recently had time to rebuild it. But if I remember rightly, there is another cairn on the far side. Maybe he decided to visit that one while he was here.
Maybe. It's worth a look, certainly. Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'll keep an eye out too. Perhaps he just got delayed or something.
Let's hope so.
Boom, roasted. Is it just body? Opposite of a roast.
This must be the bridge the hunter was talking about.
And this bottom, oh my god, it's synonym, not antonym, you dumb piece of DJ. Just ignore me, please. Well, guys, apparently it's been enough time where I can't lingo anymore. That is not a mistake I should make. I have been streaming for a little while today. Something like an amount of time that I can't stream in the middle of the stuff that information for. 5 hours. Turns out my brain does not like puzzles after 4 hours. Oh, we got blues, guys. We love top blues.
You're finished.
False advertising, blues don't make us. No, they still do. This was the.
Oh, thank you.
No, we don't actually know how to spell her.
I'm the tributary's
Her
guest.
in it, but it is.
And you
person.
must be Nasef.
I am? But how do you know that?
Your friend
We got
Katav asked me
purple.
to look for you when you didn't return.
Oh, they're all
I'm
going to be
sorry.
colors.
I was
And by
so
that I mean they're
focused on
probably not.
attuning
But
the cairn, I
here
didn't
we
see
are.
those creatures come until it was too
With
late.
2 of them in a row being colors, so now I just assume
How
everything's a
exactly
color.
do they work?
Oh, there are crystals inside. They're what keeps the glamour going. Should the ether cease to flow through too many of them, our shroud would
Okay, they're
quickly
not all
unravel.
colors. We figured it out,
It's my
guys.
job to make sure that doesn't happen.
And an important job it is. But you'll struggle to do it if you're dead. You need to take more care.
Yeah, no arguments there. The truth is, me and Katav usually work together, watching each other's backs like. But when we heard outsiders were coming, we split up to get the job done faster so things would be perfect for your arrival. Stupid, I know.
Made.
So you found him then?
Remade?
Not before the local fauna did. My arrival seemed to put them off their dinner.
Mustn't have been hungry after all. Expect you'll be wanting someone to escort you back to the village then, Nasef. Woods are full of nasties today.
When you're next
Oh,
in
that one's
Haven,
not a
be
fun
sure
one.
to come and see us. You saved my life.
That's funny
It's
because
only
the
right
word
to
is
repay
fun.
you.
If you insist. Take care now.
Oh, it got me. I was like, oh, those are colors. Maybe this one's a color too. Bold. Bold. Bold.
What was this place?
An old settlement, we think. It was already long abandoned when my people arrived. Leviathan drowned it before it could be fully explored.
I don't like this one, Rubik. It should be a homophobe where I had one, but I spelled it right the same way. As long as you don't make it either. Like, it should be something that's spelled R-I-T-E. Birthright or something like that. Gulls. Beaks. Beaks their own birds. Their own faces. Their own mouth. It has the word gull in it.
Not seagull? That would have been my guess.
Yeah, writer. Exactly. That would have been a good answer too. Goals. Peaks. Where do you find peaks? Faces and shoulders.
Bastard things.
I thought I'd lost you. But you saw. Thank you. Nasef told me everything. If you hadn't got there when you did.
Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about.
What that matters is that you're safe. Far be it from me to tell you how to do your jobs, but don't go alone again.
Or if we have to, maybe we should think about casting the glamour on ourselves to keep the wildlife from spotting us. It'd take its toll, of course, but it'd beat letting the cairns fall and having to weave the entire spell from scratch. Imagine if we had to do that.
I'd rather not. Would only succeed in adding 2 new piles of stone to the collection.
Your bearers?
That we are, thank the tides. The others can't attune to the crystals in the cairns the same way we can. Reckon this place would be doomed without us.
So, you do this work for the good of your people? Not because...
We're forced to. No. From what I've heard of the way things work on the outside, we were truly blessed that our rain fell here in Mysidia. Our people are few enough as it is. If we started turning on each other, kin against kin, over nothing but a stupid accident of birth, our days would be numbered.
They would.
Anyway, all's well that ends well, eh? Thanks to you, both of us lived to keep this place hidden another day.
Hail, stranger. Are you a rider by any chance?
I am. What gave me away?
Oh, I can smell it on you. The scent of the stables. And not just any stables. Something tells me you've never been one to ride half-starved birds with chine gall and wet beak. If I had a guess, I'd say your bird eats only the finest greens and has her feathers groomed twice a day with a curl hairbrush.
Nothing but the best for my ambrosia.
Ambrosia, eh? Pretty name. What's she like?
Well, she's tall and strong. And her feathers are as white as snow.
You're joking. You've got a white chocobo.
I have, yes. I suppose they are rather rare.
It's my bedtime. This I've got to see. Can you bring her here?
I would if I could, but I doubt Shula's skiff could hold her.
Me dad's got a boat. And he's very chockabuzz before. You could get him to bring her. It'd be perfect timing and all. He's preparing for a trip beyond the wall as we speak. I'm sure he'd help you if you asked.
You would? Well, I don't suppose it would hurt to have Ambrosia around. All right then. Where could I find your father?
He'll be in the storehouse on the other side of the brook. Tell him Manda sent you.
Bastard things.
You one of the outsiders, then?
I am. Shula invited me. Are you Manda's father?
I am. Got you running errands for her already, has she?
She's asked to see my chocobo, but I'd need your help and your boat to bring her here.
You think you just got it?
Or you could just say no. Honestly, that girl and her birds, she'll be growing feathers soon enough.
Well, truth be told, I didn't take the idea seriously at first. But thinking about it, it would make it easier to get around if I had Ambrosia here. Can you help?
Well, if you're sure that's what you want. The tributary says we're to treat you lot as we would each other. So, if you need me to ferry your bird over, then that's what I'll do. Still, they don't take the water easily. I'll need you to bring us a mimic gourd or two to keep her calm on the journey over.
And where would I find one of those?
Oh, don't ask me. It's been years since I last brought a chocobo across the bay, and I'm told the world's changed a fair bit since then. Where do you usually get your stable supplies from?
Well, the man who made Ambrosia's tack lived in Martha's Rest, and if I remember correctly, he traded in chocobo feed too. So I suppose I'll go and ask him.
I'll be sailing over to Northreach soon to pick up some supplies. While I do that, you collect your bird and your gourd, and then meet me by the shore. Just don't take too long, all right?
We've got a few rooms going spare now.
Eric, what are these clues?
I
Oh my
remember
God.
you. You're the one who saved Whiteheart. How's the old girl doing?
She's
When
very
you say
well.
that there's a hotel in
Thank you.
California you want to take me to,
Oh,
Rubik,
don't
is that what
thank
it
me.
is? Is that
You're
what
the
you're
one who
trying to tell me?
saved her. Anyway, what brings you to the rest today?
Go birds.
I was hoping to purchase a mimit
Dude, we
gourd,
were so hung up
and I thought
on
you might be able
seagull.
to tell me
I
where I could
couldn't
find
see
one.
eagle.
Oh, reckon I could do better than that.
It's a seagull
Just so
without the
happens,
S.
I've got a whole carload of the blasted things. Not a buyer in sight.
Really?
Aye, you'd be doing me a favor taking a few off my hands before they turn to mush. But just be on the lookout for wild birds, eh? Don't want them chasing after you like they did me.
I will. And thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Any friend of
This
Whiteheart
game.
is a friend of mine. And in times like these, friends have got to stick together.
We certainly do. Northreach, then. Wouldn't want to keep Manda's father waiting.
It's not a squirrel.
And now might I help the garrison today?
can only see.
Those things
Did I
don't
spell
fight
spores
like-
wrong? I don't like sand. It's coarse.
Ah, there you are. And this must be Ambrosia, was it? Oh, she's a real beauty, isn't she?
I have the mimic or two. Here.
Thank you kindly. Soon as she's gobbled this up, we'll set sail.
We're going to take a little trip across the bay now, Ambrosia. Don't worry. You'll be all right. Well, we made it.
You didn't all? She is as white as snow. You're beautiful, aren't you, girl?
Brave, too. She was calm as you like on the journey over. The mimic gourd will have played its part, of course, but passing through the walls enough to spook most birds even then. Not this one, though.
Ambrosia's been through a lot. I doubt there's much that could unnerve her now.
Not with a beloved master by her side.
No. It's you who looks after me, isn't it, girl?
Anyway, thanks for bringing her here. I hope I can breed a bird like her someday.
And if you and Ambrosia need ferrying back to Northreach, you only need say the word.
Thank you. But I think we might explore Mysidia together. What do you say, Ambrosia?
Yes, Duck, I agree. This is wrong, and we don't like it. We're mad, and we're boycotting using any brain power because of it. It has nothing to do with me not having any brain power left.
There's a large gate up ahead, and beyond it, a cluster of ancient ruins. The temple, or the Heir of Hours as my people call it, can only be reached by passing through them. The forest is crawling with life, most of it hungry, which is why we make sure this gate stays shut.
And why you carry that impressive-looking axe, I presume?
This is mid.
Noticed her, have you?
You are correct. I have been doing so many ups that this is mid.
How many uppies?
How many uppies?
The temple is up there.
Don't worry. Those cliffs aren't the only way to the top.
Maybe? For me. Okay. Oh no.
Are these the ruins? Yes. As far as we can tell, they're part of the same complex as the temple itself.
To think of all the people who must once have lived here.
Those won't be friendly.
What's that other corner? Where... Horse and horse. The funeral? Yeah. Corpse? But all the other ones have not added the sign in the middle. I had thought about that before. I tried to force that. I didn't put the corpse in because I thought the rule was a hominin plus letter. Which is why I didn't think it was right with that. It was always spelled the exact same way, which is not a hominin. How many games you want with only one burn cell right now? Get out of here, game. Game. Oh, you kneel. Weird game. It's just add sounds. I was not going to type level 1. You can't prove anything. I don't know, man. I don't know that I know right bottom yet. Don't expect a lot out of me here, Duck. The word "poor" is making me angry right now. I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like this is just a word that makes me angry. Body. Nope. Fuck, man. Doesn't matter what pour it is. I'm angry now. I'm just guessing. I have no idea. I should be able to get this one. Good luck on that.
Is that beast rigging?
Candy-esque food.
Seems like it isn't only Haven's blacksmith that has an appetite for these things.
These remind me of home.
You're from the north, then?
Yes. And no.
I see.
I don't like that one either. There's the word pies in it. Okay.
Do you see that cave up ahead? Whoever lived here carved a flight of stairs into the stone within.
A way to the top.
And whatever it is that awaits us there.
There. The temple that time forgot.
I don't know that we've done any high magentas yet.
And the Ver is inside.
Yes. You can see the spell's path from the nave.
What is it?
I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Forgive me, but why build the Ver here?
The spell was originally meant to be cast on Drake's Eye, and this was the only place with an unbroken line of sight. The Tonberries like to think these ruins are their own.
They look none too pleased to see us.
Numbers dwindle, theirs seem only to increase, as if they were feeding off our suffering.
Uh-oh. Oh god, that's a big Tomberry.
Could this be their leader?
You're more than welcome to ask.
Guys, go say hi to Bart. It's very new to the game.
Huge, thank you for the raid. Hello, Rubik. Hello, everybody. We're fighting the big scary Tomberries. Dicks! Keep your dick to yourself, please. Unless you've got consent, then I guess it's okay. Got him.
That could have been worse, I suppose.
Aye, well, if the forest's taught me anything, it's that there's always something worse.
Damn it.
I'm down. Again. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Fuck! Fucking. It wasn't dodging. And I almost died.
Is that the nave?
Just inside the dome, yes. But it's what's out here that worries me.
Some pig's gonna be here.
And there I was thinking they'd all migrated south.
The weaker ones did.
The weaker ones. Did you hear that, Sid? What's wrong with its skin?
You don't want to be around to find out. Get back. Get ready.
Too slow. Let's try. Frozen. Just like the surge.
Another of my ancestors' sins. Shall we? The blue veil shows the extent of the spell's reach.
But I can feel its ether from here.
Shula, wait. Before we cross the threshold, I'd like to know a little more about how these magics work. I assume we'll be safe from their influence.
We won't grind to a halt, if that's what you mean. The spell only affects the things that were present at the moment it was cast.
You see?
But if we can enter, that means other things can as well.
Like the ones we saw on the way here.
And worse, probably.
Is this Leviathan's doing?
Well, it certainly wasn't ours. When he realized my ancestors were attempting to cast a spell from here, he made to destroy the temple.
And almost did by the looks of it.
This would have been a hall of worship. There was something similar in my father's keep. The priests would deliver their sermons from the dais.
Your father?
Just let us pass. It's all right. We'll get through this.
Nice try.
Too slow.
Nice try.
Damn it. Fucking sucks. If it wasn't for that, I could have had it dead.
last climb then.
The fair.
By the founder.
It's just as I thought.
Jill. Does this ether not feel somehow?
Familiar, yes. I sensed it the moment we arrived, though I wasn't sure until now. You can feel it too, can't you, Clive? She's calling us.
You don't mean the witch?
I do. Though she was more than that. Much more. She was a dominant. A dominant who once commanded the icon that now resides in both me and Clive.
Of course. I don't know why I didn't see it. Who else would have the power to freeze time?
None other than Shiva herself. But for her ether to endure after all these years, it's almost as if... As if she shared it with another, just as Torgal shared in my ice.
Alright, I'm gonna head out. I'll catch you later.
Alright, have a good night.
Shiva's companion. Though something tells me she's not as friendly as us.
My ancestors never warned us about this.
Wasn't left here for them. I doubt they even knew it existed. leaves us no choice. Nice try.
Shit, I should have gotten out of there. Hello, Monty. Ah. Oh, I barely got out of that. It's been good. The area is really pretty. Stagger him, please. Fuck. It is Rising Tide though, yeah. I thought you asked how am I liking it, or how is. Oh, I thought that was not gonna hit me because I was not in the...
It's getting angrier by the moment.
We better cut this short.
Oh, get out of there. Get out of there. That's bad. He is, isn't he? Oh my god, I've been using all my fucking portions instead of Torgal. God fucking damn it. What the fuck? The Final Fantasy 15 movie? I forget what it's called, like Oathkeeper or something like that. I forget what it's called, but it's good. Hannah and I have watched it a couple times.
Now let's destroy it and put an end to this.
Wait,
Hmm.
the spell must be weakened.
Is it a show or a movie?
Done.
Isn't that what we came here for?
Did you ever stop to wonder what might happen to the tidal surge if I unraveled the whole spell at once? I didn't think so. This is going to require a bit more finesse. From wind and light.
Brotherhood? I don't think I watched Brotherhood. I watched the movie.
Earth. Let the silent palm of mine ice. There's too much ether.
So are there 2 movies?
Here. Let me help. Let us help.
Give me 1 second. Let me look it up. I don't know the title of it. Kingsglaive is the one we watched. Kingsglaive is really good.
I think so. The thread connecting this place to the child should be broken. Meaning Walyas should finally be...
Free once more.
Ultima.
Leviathan. Our most profaned fragment. Its divinity
I enjoyed 15.
defiled by the hand of man. Its spirit shackled by his hubris, till Mythos came, bringing release. Now, let the sins of man be redeemed by the hand of the servant of God.
Damn it.
Leviathan's awakened.
Isn't it?
It is.
What is... What's going on?
Precisely what we feared. Leviathan is out of control. Don't despair. This isn't over yet. You should head back to the village and get everyone to higher ground. As for the rest, Ifrit will handle.
We'll probably end up just finishing this tonight. We'll see though. Cape Depto. Give me a sec. I gotta pause this for a quick second because my chat is not loading. Why is that there? Go away. There we go.
After 80 years of imprisonment, I'd be angry too. But I can't Yes, Wallius. It's time for you to come home.
Jordan's gonna bring away. Jordan has something in mind, I think.
More of your playthings. All right.
You got something for... Yeah, I found... Wait. What do you mean you got something for me? I'm confused. For me? What'd you find?
I'm not here to hurt you, Wallius! Fuck. That was too close.
The Pathfinder player core? Whoops.
Come on then. No more hiding.
Wallius!
Hello, Leviathan. These fights are so cool. I love the icon fights.
isn't what I wanted. I only hope you can forgive me.
Go wait for it. It's cleaning up after a fire in this guy's house I was at. He is a huge indie Pathfinder PC like game. Fortunate that he wanted to keep it, but I saw some of his player sheets. Oh. I don't know a whole lot about Pathfinder. We're still all learning it. When I talked for 30 minutes, he big into 5E. When I talked, then he switched to Pathfinder, said he never wants to go back. I like Pathfinder so far. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Oh, he hit so fucking hard. I have no more heals left. Damn it. He hit so hard. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, what a fucking waste. Whatever. Probably a very bad idea. I don't know how to get out of that. That's ridiculous. Ah. Come the fuck on. This is the hardest fight in the entire game so far. There's not been a fight where I've died more than once in this game. He just hits so unfucking godly hard. It's just... going better. Get the mini stagger. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's okay, actually. Oh shit. What the fuck? I was doing decent up until then. Oh. Fuck. God damn it. Oh. It's ridiculous. I had like most of my health and that took me all the way down. That's ridiculous. And now I have to start from so far again. Come on. How? Okay, whatever. Come on. Thank fucking God, holy shit. At least we can push it to the next part.
Tired, Leviathan. Stop this! I'm not here to play! I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
What?
The village.
It's tough.
Stop this! I'm not here to play!
gone on long enough!
Come on, come on, come on. Did I not get it? Fuck.
The village.
This is tough. Damn it. Give me a second. I can't keep going for much longer, so if I can't finish this soon, I'm gonna have to redo the whole fucking thing tomorrow.
Stop this! I'm not here to play!
Yeah, whatever game. Just let me get there.
I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
It's not enough fucking time. I just simply don't have enough fucking time for it. Like, how am I supposed to fucking do this? Leviathan.
Stop this! I'm not here to play! I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
Hakeem, come on, you fucking piece of fucking shit. Fucking hell. This is pissing me off. I just want to get done so I can... don't have to come back just for this fight tomorrow. Are we gonna get it? Nope. God damn it. I'll be right back. I gotta use the washroom real quick. Let's try this again. My hand is starting to hurt from mashing the fucking buttons.
Stop this! I'm not here to play!
Oh, I fucked up so bad already. Nope. I just need to die. Oh, come on. What? When I want to get hit, I can't. Thank you. Fucked it up again, I think.
Stop this! I'm not here to play! I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
This is so annoying. I need to watch a fucking video on this because this isn't making any fucking sense to me. This might be it. Oh, I think this is it. Oh my fucking god, thank you. I don't understand how you're supposed to fucking get out of that, but sure. In Maelstroms, I'm dead. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm fucked. Well, I'll have heals now. Oh my god, are you serious? Motherfucker, I can't finish this tonight if it's like this. This is so long. Okay, we figured out Maelstrom. Dang it, we're so close.
Not this time. If that's what you want.
Did we finally do it?
You've had your fun, Leviathan. This time, you will have to see!
Nice. Finally, that was such a long fight. And probably the hardest, honestly. For me, anyways. I think that was the only fight where I died multiple times. We saved the baby.
Now that was quite a tantrum.
Clive, where is he? Well, yes.
He's adorable.
He is now. But did you see him a few moments ago?
Clive, I don't know how to thank you.
It's all right. We should find him a dry blanket, though. Wouldn't want the little monster catching a cold.
There. He's finally asleep.
The poor thing had a long day.
That makes two of us. So, what happens now?
Now? Now, we make things right.
How?
By providing Walyas what he was denied. A place to learn and grow. A family to love and protect him. So that one day, when the wounds in his heart and mind have finally healed, he might decide for himself how he'd like to live the rest of his life. But until then, I'll stay by his side, come what may.
Then he's a lucky boy. And not only because he'll have the best warrior this side of the belt to teach him the battle axe.
She'll do her best.
Shula. The beast that threatened your home is tamed. The empire that threatened your people toppled. Might it not be time to cast off your ancestors' glamour and retake your place in the Twins?
Perhaps. It's not as if we have the crystals to maintain the wall much longer. But are we truly safe? Is the world truly ready to accept us for who we are and what we believe? If I remember rightly, you and yours still choose to remain hidden, do you not?
We do.
Well, your people will always be welcome in Haven, regardless.
As will yours in the hideaway. We're allies now. If there's anything you need from us, supplies, food, equipment, do not hesitate to ask.
It's kind of you to offer. But we'll manage, just as we always have. Besides, I suspect you'll be needing everything at your disposal if you're going to save the world.
It's already been saved.
I fear much of it is past saving. The best we can do is strive to turn what's left into a world where we can all live as equals.
A noble endeavor. And there'll be a place in this world for us, will there? For Walyas.
For everyone. I swear it.
Then we shall be waiting. Until the tides bear you back to shore.
We did it. That took way longer than I thought, but we did it.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Well, yes. Only time will tell. But I can certainly think of worse places to spend one's childhood. The Moats of Water are a fine people, and they will take good care of him.
Up by the Vare, Ultima spoke to me. He called Leviathan his most profaned fragment, and told me to redeem the sins that had laid him low.
Is that so? The sins of Walyas' ancestors were grave indeed. To force him to prime at so tender an age.
And to freeze him in time, that he might never know what it was to live.
Yet I doubt either of those crimes was the source of Ultima's displeasure. It was that the Icon's power had been put to another purpose than the one he intended. To him, Leviathan must have seemed an aberration.
Could that be why Ultima made no attempt to lead me to him? The fear that this profaned fragment might corrupt his vessel somehow.
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply deemed Leviathan surplus to requirements, having concluded that his vessel might be made to serve his purposes without the full sum of his power.
His purposes. There's no escaping them. Even here. Hidden away in Mysidia, the blessing of the crystals proved nothing but a prison. A prison into which Wallius was born, and from which freedom is hard won. If the world doesn't change, if we don't change it, he'll end up suffering the same fate as every dominant who came before him.
Then we must change it.
That we must.
And we shall.
Okay, we're gonna go back here. New recipe.
What do I owe the honor? What do you want?
Berry knife. Oh my god, its dagger though? That's crazy.
That it? Fine.
First the sky, then the crystal. What next? The advent of the Omega herself.
Haven signboard, the emblem of Haven, hidden village of the moats of water, the pattern of intersecting lines representing both the scales of the great serpent Leviathan and the ripples upon the surface of the ceaseless Ryle. The circle of life that has neither beginning nor end. Now that Wallius is released, the two flow together again at long last. Now we'll read this, and then this will be it for our Final Fantasy 16 streams. Clive, I pen you this note from the Witten Hall, beneath the tapestry whose image for so long haunted my dreams. Outside the air rings with Manda's soothing coos, the challenger of Pavat's hammer, and the rumble of the curses. And the whisper of the winds through the alder's blessing. In short, almost everything is as it was before you came. There is just one difference. The bundle that lies burbling happily beside me. One tiny difference, yet one that has changed everything. When my ancestors committed their greatest sin, it was not only Wallius who was frozen in time for 80 years. We motes of water have been bound by the spell that casts that day, unable to right the wrongs, unable to move forward. But now, like Wallius, we are released. We can live again on our own terms, where every life is equal and all equally cherished. You brought us this gift, and I have every belief that you will bring it to the world. Believe in yourself as we believe in you. All right, so that is gonna do it. Tomorrow we'll probably start some Pathfinder. But guys, I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your night. Bye bye.